Ah, sweet RT2 eases the pain. Alright, let's get to it, eh? The assault of Jet Force Gemini has left me wounded. Yet, my desire...
hello there!
Shut up. To play trains has never been higher.
Man is what they call 'em. Some of 'em upright businessmen. Some as low down as a snake. Well, here...
Let's see how far we can get in a day. Okay, the Baltimore, Ohio, blah 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 blah. 4 loads between Baltimore and Washington, connect to Harper's Ferry, connect to Philadelphia. So I want us to get down here. Beautiful. But we need some more cash. Yeah, we could even be a couple squares further out. Hey, I like a turbo. That'll do. And the other end wants coal, right? Yep. Okay, and beyond that, you've already got a saloon. Oh. Oh. Hey, Old Death's Head. I thought you wanted to do something else. You said you wanted to do your other story. Let's go. Speed up. And I'm sorry, Vommer, that I couldn't keep up with Jet Set. There was just too many pain points. There are certainly things to like about it, but there is a reasonable amount to dislike about it as well. Yes, pain points. How are you doing for... No, you're doing fine. You look like you'll get up there. They might just barely run out of water before the other end. We'll see. Everyone hates us this year because we didn't make good money. But our trains are literally about to come in. Now we can have 6 passengers. Sand. Water. Hotel. Roundhouse. Restaurant. We're too poor for that. 3, 4, 5. This side needs its restaurant, hotel. You've moved 7 loads of cargo. Well done. Speed up. Let's be luxurious and double track this all. So they don't run into each other anymore. Three and 3. And 4 and 2. Now, we need to connect Harper's Ferry and then Philly. And then we need to work out if we're sticking with this or if Death's Head wants his Dictator. We add in Harper's Ferry. Done. We add in Philly. Wait for the end of the year. GG. Well, then we divert from your irregularly scheduled trains. Nah, level end is a natural stopping point. We divert briefly from our regularly scheduled trains to this. Dictator intermission. Legend of Grimrock. And then over here, Legend of Grimrock. You can't save here. What do you mean I can't save here? Why? Why can't I save here? Choose another location. On the desktop, you will temporarily go then. No, we will be going back to trains once this is done, Pizza. Don't stress. Okay, let's move that up to here. Hard drive full? No, there's... I don't know why. Maybe the file name is too long or something. But anyway... what do we need? We need dictator.txt open. So that we can do the little intro thing. Boom. 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 And we're good to go. Hello and welcome to the Block Plays Dictated game, Legend of Grimrock by Deathsaid. Deathsaid has to say about this, that they selected this game because, given the genre and my history, it seemed like one I'd likely enjoy. Their history is that they picked it up years ago on a whim, played it a couple of times until they got stuck, but they did enjoy it, enough that every now and again they take another crack at it, usually resulting in a couple more secrets discovered inside Mount Grimrock for his troubles. Alright, new game. I guess we'll play with a normal party for the sake of simplicity. A towering spire looms above the clouds, a weathered rock that has stood tall for ages, longer than the histories of men have been written. It is a desolate place now, only remembered when things need to be discarded and forgotten. An airship struggles to gain altitude as it floats towards the peak. Four prisoners, bound by heavy chains, emerge from the ship. The court accuses them of terrible treasonous deeds, but by the grace of the king, their crimes will be forgiven atop Mount Grimrock. Their final trial is at hand. Numerous prisoners have received their pardons, and yet none have returned to live their life in freedom. They are at the very top of the world, and below them only darkness and justice awaits. As they are plunged down the open moor at the peak, their crimes are absolved. Everyone before them has perished inside the mountain, but will you be able to lead them through the dark to the freedom that awaits at the base of the mountain? Legend of Grimrock. First time playing, a tutorial is available from the pause menu. Access it by pressing ESC. Sure, but with that, we will start our timer. Party and marching. You control a party of 4 people. Fairly standard for a blobber. Prisoners walk in a square formation with the front and back row. Use WSAD to move and Q and E to turn. Sure. Portraits and items. The item slots are used for attacking and displaying what the characters carry in their hands. Left-click on an item to pick it up from the slot and right-click to attack with the item. You can change the marching order by dragging the portraits around. That's fancy. Character sheet. Right-click a portrait or use the default keyboard shortcuts 1, 2, 3, 4 to access character sheets. Sure. The equipment, statistics, and skills of your characters are displayed on separate tabs. If a character suffers from a special condition, such as poison or hunger, its effects can be seen in the statistics screen. Throw items by dropping them in this area. Pick up items by clicking in this area. Operate dungeon mechanisms by clicking on them. Okay. Sure. Choose your destiny. Perish in this cell or pick up the torch. Can we give you the torch? We can. Yes, we've stored the torch. Excellent. So, this immediately makes me think of, like, Might and Magic 4 and 5, where you have this same sort of pseudo 3D world, which you navigate in a 2D grid system. Although this is a single dungeon, from what we can tell, whereas Might and Magic 4 and 5 is a big world. Well, big in air quotes. It felt big at the time. Ooh. Okay, we need some sort of key. I was trying to read this, but it's not readable. How could someone hate this game? I don't know. There's a key. Use key on door. Loose rock. Well, having tried to click on everything, I don't see a loose rock. Ah. Key on door. All very sensible. So who are our party out of interest? Kontar, Mork, not Maud. Not Maud the cow person. Mork the... Can we rename you? Damn. Yenica. And Sanksaran. Ooh. Hello, giant snail. Maybe we should go back into the tutorial and remind ourselves what the attack button was. Right-click to attack with something. Okay. Nope. Right-click does not seem to be attacking, either with the item equipped in the hand or on the monster. So whether the tutorial lies... Ooh, can we trap you by... We've trapped the snail. Is there M for map? No. Ah, cudgel. Can we give that to you? Yes, we can. Who has the most strength? Yep, he has the most strength, so it makes the most sense to, the ring tab? Ah, tab is map. Okay. Yes, it looks like through the snail area is forwards. At least based on the map that we have so far. Let's just do the tutorial thing one more time and make sure I wasn't reading it. The item slots are used for attacking and displaying what characters carry. Left-click on an item to pick it up and right-click to attack. Oh. It means right-click, like, here. That is an awkward way of doing things. Like, why wouldn't you just right-click on the monster? That is a lot more awkward than Might and Magic. But oh well. It's the system they have. Come on, last Mr. Snail. Turns it more into a, like, cooldown clicking mini-game. There we go. Snail Slice. Whew. Alright. Baked maggot. Another rock. And some shoes. And a loincloth. Why not? Can we put that on? Yes. And you may have shoes. It automatically put on the other shoes, though. A bit odd. Key? I don't think we have any keys at the moment. No. Let's have a look at our map. But we haven't gone this way yet. Or this way. We have the shoes equipped as a weapon. Ah. Okay. And the pants as well. I mean, I'd rather the stuff on him because he seems more flimsy. Okay. To close the pit, something needs to fly. I don't think I can do that, but do I have a rock? Let's leave a rock instead of the throwing knife. Oh god, we've got foodometers. Well, we got the key, so we can go back to that door that we couldn't open. Didn't you want a key, friendly door? No. It's implied that there are other exits back here that I didn't go through by the fact that the walls aren't all dashed. Maybe it's just that I didn't look at all the walls, though. Whoops. Sometimes the keyhole is to the right of the door? Ah. Hello, friendly tree. I wonder if it matters which hand it's equipped in. No, I didn't want to move the... Oh, well, you're dead. In good news, we won't have to feed him. He's getting awfully beat up. Can we feed you, sir? And now you're dead too. Can't reach. So maybe because this is a back row character, their weapon... Well then... Well, let's do some more exploring then. The tree is going to kill us. Heal my sight. Oh, no, but you found us. Rip. And this guy literally brings up a menu that they have not explained at all. What if we throw food at you? It does do damage! Thrown snail does damage. Okay. We will say create this time. I can't de-stat other things, so we can't stat boost. Oh no, here we go. Minotaur. Excellent. Strength. Vitality. Done. Axe. We just go all in on axe. Great. This is a bit much for 2 hours. Sure, more health. Even more strength. Can we do nothing but Minotaurs? We can. +3 attack for every skull you carry. You can be extra healthy, why not? Sure. And we can have... So who have we got? We can have Death's Head. Isn't this up for 3 hours? Yeah, you can have that here if you want that there. We can have... Akaturbo. We can have... Maud, because Maud would want to be one of the coward people. And we've got, I guess, Velma. You have unspent thingy points. Okay, sure. There. Oof. No, we don't need that again. Okay. Actually, you can carry that. Now, is there a save system? Sure. Death's Head can have some clothes. And a cudgel. It is odd that sometimes the keys are on the door and sometimes they're to the side of the door. They should probably just be consistent. No magic. They didn't teach us the magic system. No magic is happening. We will be all health. And maybe we can find some pointy weapons, some spears or something for the back row people to use. Who knows? Bring it. Next snail. Now, I had assumed the blue bar was like mana, but it seems it's more like some sort of stamina system. Okay, equal best progress. Yeah, the manual is fairly short. Compared to a lot of manuals for these kinds of games. Snail friends. What? Oh, there's a second snail now. Hello. Okay, nothing else we can pick up there. Scroll of Fireburst. Yeah, tips are fine for this. It's not a challenge run or something, it's a dictator. Scroll of Fireburst. Required skill. Fire Magic 2. And then something to do with the rune magic system that we have not had explained. Attack power up is tempting. Can I just throw things at... No. Ah. Come on. Come on, Mr. Snail. This way. Ah. Come on. Keep coming. One more. We could rearrange the people. Yeah, we could put the front row in the back row and change who's tanking. If that's happening, we should change who has the clothes, I guess. Sorry, Death said. Your clothes are being stolen. You're not in the front row anymore. Doo-doo-doo-doo. If you might make a suggestion, might be worth checking every nook and cranny of the starting room. It's a long way back. If we die again, we might look at the starting room more next time. I'm not doing all that backtracking at the moment. Where are we? Forwards, forwards, left. Oh, hello, Mr. Snail. You gonna... Come on, move up. Also, I have to move up to you. Thank you, Mr. Snail. No, 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 no. Don't use it as a cudgel. There are a lot of secrets. I can believe it. Okay. Forwards, 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 right. We get another set of boots. Some pants. And a kniff. So you may have boots. The other person may have pants. Sandals. Which means Death's Head can be upgraded to wearing underpants again. And Vomit can have a knife. Alright. we can go forwards and then right. Now, did this lead to the tree people? Yes. So, let's leave them locked up for the moment. And see what other areas there are to explore. There's left. Make sure that we can get back out. Hail, Dead Press. Blue gem. Pick up anything else there? No. That felt weird, but maybe it activates every time you step on it. Here you go. Here's one of your eyes. Does that make you happy? Not happy enough. So presumably we have to go through the tree people then. The cooldown on the mace is horrid. Herder cap. Vama, trade out. You've taken too much damage. Okay, there are more trees. Whew. Hail, Egghead. I wonder how the experience works. Like, does the front row get the experience and the back row not? Maybe it's shared evenly. Hello, last... Wait, there's... I thought I only saw one before, but now there's two. Okay. Big success. And now that I don't feel like I'm going to be swarmed by millions of them, we take the fight to the trees. Did that open this? It did, and there was a crystal that I didn't notice, which we can go put in the Mask's eye. At least we'll probably get a spear out of this guy. Come on, move over. He'll drop a spear and a shield. Ow. Maybe one more hit before we rotate you off the front line. Yeah, let's rotate you off. Swap those back. Now, question that I want to find the answer to. Can we use spear from back row? It calls it reach, so I'm going to assume that either means it hits an extra square away or that the back row can use it. Save, sure. Doo-doo-doo. Scroll. Doors of iron. Great rewards can be found behind these doors. To gain access, look carefully for small details and use your wits. It doesn't seem like we can click on anything. Why would you have a game save? Maybe they didn't originally have this kind of save system. Maybe originally you could only use whatever that crystal thing was. Crystal of Life. Touch to regain health and restore life. Oh, it full healed everyone. We're just out of torches? Fair enough. So I'm going to do the same complaint I do with Heroes... Oh, sorry, with Might and Magic 7. It's too dark. Blobber does not like darkness and not being able to see. Yes, it said miss. It didn't say cannot reach. It said miss. Spear is our new best friend. It's increased our damage output by nominally 50%. Because now an extra person can attack. Is that a slightly better knife? Yes. Faster and more damage. Golden Egg gate noise. Doesn't it have an extra click at the end? I feel like it has an extra click at the end. Vummer may have a doublet. And rear row at the moment person can have some pant. Can we give you a knife in your offhand? Yes. Level up, level up. Oh god, there's another one. No. And you are too damaged. Swap you two. Give you that. No, you monster fungus. Well, this is why we have a save system. No, not autosave. Well, the autosave is also fine. We know now to fear the rear row fungus. I can't see well enough to want to progress there. And I'll reiterate my blobber doesn't like not having torchlight spell. We nabbed this one, but we left the next one alone. At least the other ones won't be shooting me from behind now that we're around the corner. They're really good at dodging the spear. Is it actually going to move up? Okay. How do levels work? This thing. I mean, we've got them using a cudgel, so... Maces? It looks like experience is individualized. What's spear count as? I mean, I guess a second person good at maces isn't terrible. You think you might be able to check the weapon for the class? Counts as... Legionary Spear, attack power 10, speed 10, reach weapon, weight 3. Don't know that it... Skill maces. So it doesn't have a skill. Maybe everyone can use spear. Compass. For many old-fashioned adventurers and explorers, not even a sharp sword is as important a tool as this compass. Machete? Surely that is better than Vommer's. Yeah, more attack power. And actually slightly faster somehow. Oof. Hail Decoy. Eases the pain left by the pain points of Jet Force Gemini. No map system. No objectives. Wanting you to replay every level like 3 or 4 times to collect all of the power-ups. Not giving you all the weapons. No, I dumped it at the electric bug boss for the male character. The game hadn't given me the shotgun or the homing missile, and I don't feel like beating that boss without either more homing missile, more normal missile, or actual aiming reticule is particularly plausible. We're going to trade these around. Because this one is too hurt. Same with Varma. There we go. You hope this is better? It's better so far. Aside from that, it hasn't really taught us the magic system. That's my biggest. And as much as anything, that is almost certainly not... Like, it's probably explained in the manual, and it's on me for not reading the manual, but I'm not spending... I don't think it's a wise choice to spend, like, 20 minutes of the Dictator reading the manual. So no, it gets a lot of... It certainly gets some love. Jet Force Gemini, it had lovely graphics, it had lovely music. Being Doggo was really nice. But the pain points are too much for me to put up with those in order to be... Yoink. Living with being cool Doggo. Especially when it's implied that I'm meant to bring all the characters to all the other worlds. Like, as every single character we played as, there have been doors that say you can't open it as your current character, yet the game has gave no indication of, how do we swap to other character in that world. And if we do swap character, they can only seem to go to their own levels, not to the levels of their friends. Like, I can't make Doggo visit Tutorial Island World. Maybe we're done here? Yeah, yes, this is a dungeon crawler. Let's just double check that that one that we haven't done. But I think it's the door that I... Do we have a key for you now? Maybe. Save, why not? Shelter left, cells right. Ugh. People are starting to get yellow hungry. So what if we have you eat, friend? And Vama has to live with eating some snail. I'm sorry, Vama. Everyone else gets real food. Vama has to eat snail. But I want the arrows. Why can I not? Boo. Boo! At least it's food. Well, there's one rock. Oh, hello. It's not hittable? No, it's just hard to hit. Vama has leveled up. Swords for Vama. Vama has gained strength. Another key. No weapons allowed inside. If you think I'm attacking the snails without my weapons, then you are crazy, game. That feels like a teleporter. I am a team of Minotaurs, because Squishy Mage got killed on first run decoy, so my solution was build team with ultra amounts of health and strength. Holding cells. But I want to pick up the... Also, building a mage seems pointless when we don't understand the magic system, so yeah. Okay, so it rotates what things are on what in what cell. Ah, and not in the cell, as it turns out. Ah, bugger. I used gravity as a weapon. Kill a monster by dropping or teleporting on it. So, Mr. Shieldman tried to walk in here and I teleported on top of him and killed him. Great. That means you can have a shield now. And Vama can have a pointy stick. And now we want to keep rotating until that pouch is on the ground. Thank you. What is it? A sack. With food, a key, and a hat. Well, welcome to having the hat. We've got our Herodoric cube. It increases our inventory space. Enter thy grave. Maybe we'll make a save before this. Well, Vama doesn't have horns. Vama only has ears and an earring, and it looks like the hat goes over the slash around the horns. No, you two are trading. Oh god, there's two of them now. Wait, there's three of them. Trade Vama there. Trade. Trade. No, poor Vama. So close. So close. Okay. Again. That went worse than the first time. We can resurrect people. Well, if I didn't know that, in fairness, so I thought we had to conserve everyone. What happens if I activate the rock thing from a distance with a rock? Then it doesn't work. No? There we go. Because now I can fight them one at a time instead of 3 at a time. Trade, who's up front? There we go. Now we even have spare shields. Bring it. Yes. But then I'm not allowed to have a torch. Okay. Challenge room defeated. Good job. Good job. Oh, thank you. But it had taught us about using rocks on these things, so it didn't seem like too much of a stretch. Bummer can have a cloak. Everyone is still reasonably well fed. A bone amulet. Doesn't seem to do anything except make you prettier. So there wasn't anything in here? Ah, there we go. I missed it in the darkness. Scroll of Poison Cloud, maybe? Or maybe it's Scroll of Ice Shards? Great rewards can be... No. Must have been the one of Ice Shards. Anything else in here? Yes, maybe. Do we have a key now? But we need another key. Presumably from the snail no weapons allowed area. I'd rather put one of the spare spears in there, then. Yeah, there's another key. Okay, I thought it would be literally we had to put all... What was the pain? The pain was the pain points of, Jet Force Gemini. It had lots of nice things, but it also had some pain points. Being Doggo was fantastic. Where did your weapon go, friend? No, that is your weapon. Come on. There we go. You bought this game forever ago and never actually played it? Yeah, it's okay. It's like a prettier... Ooh, secret button. But secret button that doesn't seemingly do anything. It's like a prettier Might and Magic 4 or 5, but in a single dungeon instead of in a big world. Well, then now I'm stuck. No, there's this way. Okay. That said, we should change you and him. Get the unhealthy person on the back row. Possibly do the same with Vama. Make a new save. What's the difference between this and the sequel? Hail, Double Danger Dad. Isn't this just where I was anyway? Oh, it teleports you one square backwards. Okay. You think the sequel might be outside? Nope. God, that noise makes me paranoid. We don't have any keys. The only thing I can think of is pressing that button that we found in the wall some more. Oh, it opened a room that I didn't notice. No, but we already raided this, didn't we? And there was that button, and it did nothing. hasn't changed the teleporter. Or maybe it opened yet another room. I guess it might have. Part of the trouble with that, though, is we don't know how many times we need to have pressed it, right? So with this one, it's easier... Where is it? With this one... Right, with this one, it's easy enough to tell because we can literally see the door that it's opening and closing. But for the other one... Is that now opened, or is that now closed? Or is that now open, or is that now closed? Oh, there we go. I can follow the noises. Environmental sound. Hitting the bird is hard. Ah. I need Waka for all these flying enemies. I am not up to that Final Fantasy yet, Decoy. We're only up to 2. You're looking forward to Friday then? You haven't played that one? Maybe that just resets everything now that we have the key. It ate the key but did nothing. Oh, that's rude. What? But that disabled the teleporters. Am I not quick enough? Maybe if I do it this but go backwards? Okay, I wasn't quick enough. Turning around was wasting time. We have a thrown rock. Swap these two. Goodbye, stupid bird. Running backwards is the fastest way to get around. Ooh, axe. We are nominally better at axe than cudgel, right? 10. 12. But no minus accuracy penalty. Yes, please. Well, that's actually 3 difference in hit. Can we dual wield? We can. Are you one of the ones that was skilled with axes? No, no one leveled up their axe skill, though. Oh, well. Oh, well, you. You can be axes. And we'll trade you two. The only thing is that you're damaged and we don't really want you on the front row at the moment. Of course Maud is a cow person, yes. We have Death's Head, Maud, Voma, and Akaturbo. I've missed something? Did you mean the nettle? Okay, you meant the nettle. That's fine. I was kind of expecting to find a key in here, though. Like, surely there should be something more than just one nettle. And yet, seemingly not. We did find a key, and I've forgotten. Okay, we have got a key. Then we can go back to the door. Make our new save. Change who's using the shield. The fungus things. Oh. Scroll of Poison Bolt. But not an obvious way of opening that up. And yet it seems the way forwards. And it's not like there's an obvious button to throw a rock at the other side of this. Well, unless we're going back and upstairs. Where's upstairs? Wrong way. Forwards, right, left, forwards, right. Left. Is this open now? We've already dealt with it. Okay, up then. Is there somewhere we didn't do up here? The only thing I see is the starting room. And the door that said, fine details, blah, 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 blah. Bless me. Bless me. That's not scary. Lurker boots and a shuriken. Well, Vummer deserves the lurker boots. We can give Akaturbo Vummer's hand-me-down shoes. Otherwise, I don't see anything. Which... a bit rough. There is a hidden cracked stone corner button a pace back from the locked gate. Can we steal the rock? No. We want to go forwards, left, right, right, left, right. Forwards, left, right. Right, left, right. And now left, right, right. Forwards, left, left. Oh. Did I just never notice that before? Maybe it replenishes every X amount of time? Because I feel like I read that. Left. Forwards, right. The crystal does replenish. There? Okay. Sure. Okay, plant people, bring it. Maud has leveled up. I like the idea of the 5 health thing. On the other hand, getting up to 7 here is nice for 5 health. And then getting up to 10. Are you actually better off with the cudgel? Yes, you are better off with the cudgel. Aside from the speed and accuracy component. You like your axe. Vomit can have the machete. And that'll do pig. Wait for the plant to come up. You don't think you'd do well with this game? Why? I mean, it's really rough to notice those sorts of little cracked things, especially if they're going to be so rude as to make the torches run out of... The torches a disposable resource. Right? Imagine if you were trying to detect this when you've got no torchlight left. It would be very rude of the game. Oh, they're indicating they're hungry. Sure. Just a sec. You can eat that. And you can eat... Well, nothing yet. We need to finish killing this. Trade who's in front. Trade your weapons. You need food, friend. Have some delicious snail. There, everyone is fed again. You don't think you've ever come close to running out of torches? I have 1 spare torch, and that's it. Level ups to deal with. 2 more so that you get bonus health. And then push for 10. Push towards 10 so that we get chop, a useful technique for chopping firewood and severing the limbs of an enemy. Push you to 7 so you get bonus health, and then push you to 10 for bash. A bone-shattering blow that deals double damage. I really wish Maud was healthier. All it would take is one of those ones that does the poison everyone attack, and Maud's probably dead. Yeah, but I don't want to pick up, like... I don't want to get rid of the ones on the walls because they're doing a good job of lighting up the area, and they last forever in the wall. Whereas the ones I carry run out. Fancier boots? Sure, Death's Head can have some fancier boots. And Akaturbo can have a hat. Oof. You're welcome, Akaturbo. Please don't be one of the... We can poison everyone once. Vama levels up. We at least push swords to 7. A powerful slash that cuts flesh to the bone. We'll keep pushing Vama up towards 10. What did that button do? Hello, skeleton friend. Kind of want to swap Vama and you. Although Vama likes using the sword, not the mace. You are so sketchy looking. Ah, there's a whole fleet of them. Yeah, no thank you. Are they still chasing me? Yes. No. Where's the way out? Back to the healing crystal. They are relentless. I don't even really want to fight that thing. No, we just need to back up to the crystal enough times. We found a fancier hat? Sure. Does anyone not have a hat? Maud, welcome to Hatdom. And Death's Head may now have leather pants. Which means Akaturbo can have undies. We didn't pick that. That was a trait thingy, wasn't it? And we went with other ones. But there was a potential trait for how many skulls you were carrying. Tough athletic, tough athletic, tough healthy, tough healthy. Oh, tough athletic. One of the other traits was the skull thing. No, I want to go back to the health crystal. I don't know where that is. Some delicious cheese. Okay. There we go. Now we can go have a go at those 4 warriors. We can hear them. Okay. Perform 500 attacks. Achievement unlocked. Okay, we got one of them. Two of them. I don't know at the moment. I want to go back to my trains. I want nostalgia comfiness after the pain of the game that was being played, but I could see myself coming back to this eventually. Wait, isn't this the start? Yes. Well, actually, no, it's not the start, because the start was the stairs, right? But I haven't visited there. Hmm? No, I'm happy to do the last hour and a bit now. Might as well. Make it a single recording, otherwise I have to do editing and shit. So I want to go back. Oh yes, the secret to this was you and then reversing. And now what I want... Wait, this is the wrong way. I want through there. With this one? Yes. And then there's a little bit of an area here that, we haven't explored yet. No, you don't have to feel like that, Death's Head, because... Especially because it's not a dedicated Choo Choo Tuesday day. I'm just playing some because I need the comfort game. I want to finish Jet Set Gemini. But I don't want to finish Jet Set Gemini. I want to know what happens to Space Doggo. But I don't want to actually play and find out. Yeah, it is a Tuesday, but we're not... There's not dedicated Choo Choo Tuesdays at the moment. We've run out of roller coaster. Railroad Tycoon 2 maps. We've got another... Mortal and Pestle, Flask, Cave Nettle, and Scroll. Potion of Healing, 1 Flask, 1 Tar Bead. Anti-Venom, 1 Flask, 1 Cave Nettle. So what, we shove this in the flask? How do we use it? Ah, it's like a Heroderic cube inside our Heroderic cube. Okay, so we shove that in there, and then we shove that in there, and we say, Potion of Anti-Venom. Thank you. And the other one was Flask plus Tar. Potion of Healing. It's still Monday for you. It's almost midday of Tuesday. A lone pillar of light stands alone in the light. Okay, so you want us to put a thing here. No. Maybe I need to get rid of my own one? Maybe I need to only have mine? Yeah, but it says a lone pillar. It doesn't say 3 pillars. So the assumption is that we want 1. Well, if I need 3, I'm screwed, because I don't have 3. Well, actually, we do have 1 more. Yeah, that's just a bad... Loan! There should only be 1. Bad puzzle is bad. Oh, I should move myself. Yeah. So that I'm not in front of the health bars. And you need to swap. Is there no end to the bird menace? The pillar is in the middle. I was thinking of each torch as creating a pillar of light. You need to swap desperately. Ow. No, I really want to go back to the healing crystal now. Where is our good friend healing crystal? I want to go to this set of stairs. Ooh, can I leave notes? Go here. That's a sweet function. Yeah, I noticed that I can do that just as Death Set's telling me. So I have to stand here for a while? Oh, God. This way. Hail, Bob. Welcome, welcome, Bob and Radar. We are fleeing the skeletons, trying to get back to the healing crystal. Isn't it over here? Yes. Here is good friend healing crystal. And now that we're fully healed, we can go fight those skeletons. And I want left and right. You were fleeing hell skeletons for your stream as well? What were you playing? Ultima 4? Okay. I do not have any Ultima exposure as far as I know. Maybe I'll check that out. Here they are. That's quite enough. In fact, I kind of already want to swap these two. Come on, move forwards. Yeah, and I should probably trade these two. Bomber, get in front. They're doing too much damage to the back row. I'm not a fan. Maud levels up. Then there were two. And then there were one. No. Okay, still not one. There we go. Then there was one. And then there was nothing. Akaturbo, Death said, everyone levels up. We can dual wheel shields. Spear, spear. Okay. Level up decisions. We want to push this to 10 for the bonus attack thing. Then what? Pushing this to 5 for more health, or 8 for more health. Actually, 8 will give us more health in multiple ways, by vitality and health. Meanwhile, 4 there gets us 5 health. No, I like pushing this towards at least 8. For Vama, obviously we go for Slash. And then do we do the same thing where we start pushing for more health? You need Slash, and then we push you for some health. And you need Bash, and then we push you for some health. Okay. Turn around. This is where we had not been. Also, we should save. We did our level up, we should save. Firebomb. Oh, and there's 2 aspects to inventory. There's both tiles taken up and weight. So although we've exhausted our... We're not nowhere near exhausting our weight load, we are exhausting our tile load. I guess those can live in here. And any other tar bead we have should also go to Vama in preparation of the day that we might make more healing potions if we can find more flasks. Now, wasn't our problem that there was another 4 stack of skeletons here? Oh. Hello, we've not seen you before. Did I just not notice this when we walked past? Nope, he disappears in a puff of smoke. He doesn't give us a bow. Crates and bags will start appearing, letting you pat rack even more. We don't have any keys at the moment. Oh joy, it's this again. Except this time there's like 8 of them. Okay, at least I can back myself into a corner and only be attacked by 1 at a time. Trade you two. Okay, next. Bring it. Trade these two. And Vama. Any more? Sounds like it's the last one. There's no more stepping. Like, I don't hear footstep noises. Oh, come on. Nah. So close. Again, but better. Okay. So it was Skeleton Man, who's not here now. You need some food. Have some delicious snail. You can have some delicious bread. And you can also have some delicious snail. Please, I need to get around you. Nah. Nah, this time did not go well. Oh. Goodbye, team. And yet we came so close the first time. So we needed to eat. You needed to eat some bread. You needed to eat some snail. You needed to eat some snail. And Vummer's not yet hungry. Okay, and this time we will save here. So we don't have to do that walking every time. Now, what if we cheesily throw a rock onto this? Then I can be here and single file them one at a time. Those need to swap. Now, I've got to be careful I don't back up into the hole that we fell into earlier. Success? No, we've got this guy still. Trade. Okay. An empty flask so we can make a healing potion. And some nettle so we could make an anti-venom potion. So that new key. And a save, because I'm worried that if we step in forwards into a trap, we could lose one of our back row people. I kind of need another one. You know what? We'll take it with us. Oh. I haven't slept lately. There is an echo in my dreams that is too faint to hear. I wonder what it is trying to tell me. Healing! Yes, you can sleep to restore health. Yet another feature they hadn't... Oh my god! It's a regular-sized Australian spider. Burdened. Okay. So we'll give that to someone else? Yes. An adorable spider? Oh, another regular-sized Australian spider. I kind of need Bummer to trade into the back row. And you. We need to make some more anti-venom potions post-haste. I don't think we can. What were the ingredients again? Cave nettle. Oh no, I can. Okay. Grab, flask. Shove that inside you. Cave nettle. Grab, eat. Okay, and then the same again. Grab, eat. Unpoisoned. Thank you for reminding you to make a note about making sure to prepare anti-venom. Trade who's in front. Give Vummer her preferred weapon. Save. Seeing as we've slain the regular-sized Australian spiders. Okay, so it's a move around puzzle. Oh, I have to leave a rock there? But I dropped a rock there. That... It stole my rock! Oh, maybe the teleporter is moving the rock as well. Even then, I don't see how that fixes our problem, right? Because I'd need the hole in the floor to go away to be able to get there. And the fact that you can throw the rock you need to solve this puzzle down the hole is, not great. Let's go with not great. Okay. What if I put the spear down here in this square, and then it will teleport to the other location, maybe? No. We could go down the hole and get it back. Yeah, but that costs me glorious health. I was hoping that maybe slowed this down or stopped it rotating. You remember there being a plate down here? I mean, there are, but they're behind a "we're not allowed through" thing. And we aren't allowed to drop items through the holes. Right, we're not allowed to go. This is an impassable barrier that our rock may not go past. Okay, there is one here. That we don't know what it does. Does it maybe open up one of these? Well, not that one. Not this one. So not anything as far as we can tell. Maybe it affects the universe above? No, also not as far as we can see. There's a space that I haven't explored there. Oh. Okay, big whoop. And there's a little space I haven't explored there. That might have closed the trapdoor, maybe. Let's explore the other space first, though. I did visit here. Maybe it just doesn't map it if you don't have full light. Well, that's a bit frustrating. I guess we might as well heal. No, they undo. Is it on a time limit? What if this is closed? Then it's still on a time limit. I don't think I can make it to where it wants me to... Yeah, to get across there before these open up again. Bugger. Oops. My bad. There's another trapdoor button? Maybe? Ah, there's that one. Okay. I hadn't noticed that button. What a useful button. Maybe it opened this door. Secret found. Tome of Health. Tome of Health. Gain 25 health. A thick tome that describes the correct diet and exercises of the hermits of Basbua. I mean, realistically, it should probably be Death's Head, as everyone else has the extra shield. So there you go, Death's Head. You may learn the diet and exercises of the hermits of Basbua. Bummer is hungry. Have some delicious snail. Okay, so it's just a room with an extra health item. Well, if you want to have some delicious cooked snail, I'm not going to stop you. Not my jam, but... We created our own characters here, Raven. First run, we use the default party, but the default party has a magic user, and the tutorial doesn't explain the magic system, so they feel like a a drag, a hindrance. So next time around, I quickly created four warriors. Four max health / attack warriors. It might be possible to do this. Can I have my rock back? Until I learn how to close that. No. So that other button... Well, it's not clear whether the button is running out, You've done this a lot? I would not mind some help, Raven. It's not clear to me whether I'm meant to be racing through this. It doesn't look it. Or finding some other hidden thing. Let's trade our light for a healthier light. And look for any other buttons. Next time around we need to make Barb the healer or something. But there are crystals that full heal us, Barb. We just walk back to a crystal of full heal. Bless me. There's another pressure plate opposite? Where? There's not one on that side. Oh, they want us to go here, 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 throw? Okay. And then we can just run across now if we do the... well... If it hadn't eaten my rock instead of placing the rock on the pad... what am I going to put down there? I'm going to put the spear there. No? Let's try again. Almost. Nope. And again. Go! 2 spears sacrificed. The ever difficult throw rock spell. I didn't even notice that there was a pressure plate there. Like, I had never turned left. I had never turned left while on that square. Oops. Save. Well, you don't, like... In that area, you don't have time to look around in all directions, because if you're running through that area, the teleporter's constantly sending you back. So, they probably should make that button visible from the start location of that puzzle. Because otherwise it's expecting you to see it when you're... Oh, hello. When you're busy getting teleported by the teleporter thing. Well, now we have the unfortunate everyone is going to die slowly because we don't have any more flasks. Does it run out? I guess we'll find out. Resting? The game hasn't taught us how to rest. Is R for rest? What is happening? A collective dream. Oh, I know you. I know what you seek. Look for me down below, I might help you. Okay, you click to stop sleeping. And it does look like it does some certain amount of damage and then wears off. Well, let's follow the left wall to begin with. And if the spiders are going to attack me, I will attack their babies. I demand a sacrifice. Good for you. I will give you a shield. I sacrifice this shield to you. Let me... No. so many spiders. No, I should finish killing. No, that's enough for the moment. And we need to rest and heal our poisons. Are you still there? I know a way out, but I can't make it there by myself. We need to work together. Descend towards the bottom of the mountain. Okay, wait for the poisons to wear off. Done. Trade back. Trade Vummer out. Come on, last spider. Hurry up. You need to trade out as well. Boo! You're sure this dream voice is trustworthy? I can't hear you, but I know that you can hear me. I talked to the other people that came before you. They were criminals, but I sense that I can trust. Now, how do we undead you? If we go visit Mr. Healing Crystal, does it undead you? I'm not allowed back out, though. Okay, we are allowed back out. Lovely. Trade Velma back into the front, then. And ideally you should be using the cudgel, friend, because you're good at maces. Well, that's my fault. Maud is hungry? Have some delicious snail. Some baked maggot. Some delicious snail. And some delicious snail. Okay, here we go. Here's the room with the spiders. A big sword. Is that better than Voma's machete? It is the same speed, but it's like 50% more damage. Sure. Some more undies. Doesn't this just take me back to the I demand a sacrifice thing? Okay, the spiders just didn't know how to use the thing. Wait, what did that do? It put something. It opened that up. But I can't put anything in there to give to you, right? Ah. I can put a spear through there. There, I gave you a spear. They say, have some pants, and a key, and my spear back. So... Akaturbo gets to upgrade to having actual pants. Except the inventory is full, so shove these to Vama. Shove that to Vama. Pants to you. Flask to Vama. Hmm? There we go. Pants on Akaturbo. That looks fine. Okay, 2 keys richer. More regular-sized Australian spiders. These two got to swap out. Maud levels up. And it sounds like we killed all the spiders, so rest before Vama dies. That'll do. Put the front people back in the front. Take revenge on the spider's children. Use yield, follow the left wall. Technique. It sounds like it doesn't last very long, whatever that button does. And I definitely can't get there that quickly. Ooh. There's a button there that I hadn't noticed. That releases another spider. Oh, Vama, always getting poisoned. Ta-da! Except that now I'm stuck in a room with even more spiders. Well. Only one dead. The dead person has leveled up. Okay, that'll have to do. I could really use a healing crystal. God damn it. Always poor armor. Gosh, you heal so much quicker than Vama. You've only got one more vitality. No, I think the second spider kills us here. Oh. Well, we're not dead yet. Yeah, we're dead. We're very dead. Where did it last save us? Okay, we've got actually a bit of work to do again. We're gonna have to clear out the spider zone, I think. No, we killed all the spiders. We've got to kill their children. Pick up the keys. Get Voma's new sword. He should be using the cudgel. Oh. There we go. And then it was give you a spear. Shoo, and you give us a key. And some pants for Turbo. Okay, no poisoning that time. Double no poisoning. Mort levels up, levels up. So we're pushing this towards... for the extra 10 health. This time there's only one spider here. Shuriken. Okay, so it was secret button up here. Good, everyone else levels up. Keep pushing towards that extra health. Okay. We know how to get around this now. It's this. Sorry. It's this. Done. We're doing well on the poison resist. Rest, cure those poisons. Oof. No, but we're going for 3 hours, FGs. Yeah. We owed him half a dictator from another one that he ended early. Vama wants to eat. Where's some delicious snail for Vama? There you go. So yes, not the usual 2-hour dictator, but an unusual 3-hour dictator. I mean, I guess that's where we go. It's what's opened up. We probably will play more of this, but I want nostalgia trains. We've already done the rest of this, so that's not useful. It's choo-choo train hours. No, you didn't interrupt. That's strong. Follow the left-hand wall. Hello, spider. was a lot of misses. Always Vommer poisoned. Where did that weapon go? There. Swap back. Rest, unpoison. Yeah, this is a nice game. I can definitely imagine having played a lot of it if I had have had it back at the time. No, I didn't want more rest. I wanted... Well, there's another spider. I wanted to know the map tab. Vommer. No! I was trying to trade you out of first place, Vommer. Ay. Okay. Our torch is super dead. I can at least fix that. These average Australian spiders are no joke. Yeah, they're no joke. Coiled crag beetle. Do we really want to explore? I don't want to explore the other branch of that until we've come back healed. You, Death's Head, can continue leveling up the thing that's going to give you more health. Work our way back to the healing crystal. Work our way back to the healing crystal. And I think that makes a sensible point to save and exit. Oh. Okay. Save. Save. Okay. Pros. Like, somewhat reasonably puzzles. And nostalgic dungeon crawlery movement system. Cons. It really needs more tutorialization, although there's probably a lot of that in the book. Yeah, this was fun. Like, there's probably a lot more of that in the manual. And as was mentioned by Vommer, some of the sound effects are very, very clearly taken from other things or, like, common ones. GoldenEye door opening.wav. But I can see myself returning to this and playing... Oh my god, why are you here now? Playing more of this later. So well done! This is a nice game. Thank you for sharing it, Deathset. You think the sequel is even better? Unsaved progress will be gone, I understand. And now we can return back to... Sweet Railroad Tycoon eases the pain. End dictator timer. Save dictator timer. Close dictator timer. Give me a sec, it takes a while for Ancient Railroad game to open. And I'll also refill my drink and stuff, so what is it? RT2. And we'll hit up our... Be right back while it opens, and I'll fill up my drink, use the restroom, be back in a sec. Oh, and we should change our category. Done. Another pro of Ultimate 4 is it opens in no time. Cookie got.
Not bad for a...
God damn it, it froze. It's my punishment for moving the window. Oh, wait for it to restart. Now, what else can we do? We can knock off Death's Head from our dictator list. Done. We're down to Pizza Naut, Finboy, and Goka. Bellcat owes us.
Not bad for a beginner.
Owes us one, but she hasn't
You've
told us
started
what
a
she wants us to do.
trend there. Now look at them all scrambling to jump on board.
All right. Back to it. No, not steel. Either of these is pretty reasonable. We'll just take the lazy route of starting with more start money.
With wheels in motion, railroads are emerging from everywhere. For every successful line, there are 4 bankruptcies. Take advantage of the momentum you've managed to start, but beware of some of the more sinister deals that big money always seems to bring. And wipe your chin. You got some muck on it or something.
Oh, come on. I'm in the game now. Boo. It doesn't like you moving the window. Except under circumstances. Maybe that didn't count as in the game enough yet. Hiccup. Well, we're closer.
Not bad
There
for
we
a
go.
beginner.
So as we said,
You've
money. After the initial connections up and down the East Coast, the next major goal of the railroad industry was to connect to the western states. Ultima 8 and 9 are bad. Capital BAD. Then defined as anything west of the Appalachians. Your goal for bronze is to connect one continuous track from New York to Chicago within 30-ish years. For silver, be rich. For gold, do both extra early. Can I have my glorious music, please? There we go. Okay, so we have a connection up from Albany. Which has 1, 2, 3 pairs of houses. I think that's unusually many pairs of houses for Albany. Down to New York, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5 pairs of houses. Connect Baltimore to Harrisburg? Is Baltimore even on our map? I don't see... oh no, we do have Baltimore. What was the other one? Harrisburg. I do not see a Harrisburg, though, sorry. Now, we have some starting money. I'd really prefer this to be a single turn rather than 2 sets of turns. Don't connect Baltimore, the corruption will spread. That's a bit disgusting. Really? Oh, that is so disgusting. No, okay, you can keep your stupid 2 turns. No Pennsylvanian capital? I don't know that you're even split up into states for this map yet. You're all just USA, including Canada, right? Ottawa and Montreal are well-known parts of USA. One Prussian. Here we go. Post office, saloon, restaurant, hotel. We can't afford the hotel. The other end can have a post office. And then we're poor. Now, do we want to take a loan? 14% interest loan. Is there any lumber nearby? Not really. Yep, 14% interest. If only EU4 had as accurately high interest rates. Yet no, you have to come to the superior Railroad Tycoon 2 to get reasonable interest rates in your game. Usuri? Yes. Do you accept iron, New York? New York will accept iron. So there's something to be said for connecting here down to there. Turn it into lumber at Albany, drag it down to New York into goods, come back with the goods and reloop. That's probably worth taking a loan for. Now, I know those grades look disgusting, but they are downhill. On the way back, they're going to be empty, so... Right? Yeah, they're downhill. That'll do for the moment. Speed up. Turn off dividends. We don't just want to throw the money into the wind. And that's enough to set up an alternate direction. With a saloon and a restaurant. But that's it. The postage stamp is invented and increases the popularity of mail. You are more important than the other one because you're going faster. We could also check if there's a better advisor. There is not. That's enough for that to be sent away as soon as we have the cash, which we can generate by issuing some stock. So grab 2 logs, 1 iron, turn them into 2 lumber, keep the iron, turn that into a goods, which you bring back to Albany, and done. And we see just how well it handles that supposedly downhill grade. Ding, ding, ding. Damn it, the mail died just as you were picking it up. And is replaced instead by another passenger. Which means this end can now have a roundhouse and hotel. This end would also like hotel. Patience. Growing prosperity is good. Start doubling this track. And then we're poor. Speed up. No. Please head to Albany. Thank you. That's enough to double the rest of the track. Beautiful. Wait a couple more moments and we can start a second one of those. The American is invented. We immediately want to retire all the Prussians. In fact, what we'll probably turn these into is just that. The Albany end ding-dings. Grab the goods in the mail. And then it's time to think about pushing across to Chicago. You know what? Start with our American. New York up to Albany. Because this guy is about to empty himself. Good. And then your job is to here, there, back. So I want you to grab 1, 2, 3, turn it into 1, 2. Well, actually, it should become IN. Well, then do it the other way around, actually. That, then those two, replace them with lumber. Turn the lumber into goods and mail, which you bring back, and done. Once this one dings, and we've set it up to be a third one of these, we'll go expand westwards. Ready for another end-to-end Express American. Beautiful. Double beautiful. Woo. Okay. Double this bit of track. And now we got to work our way over to Chicago. We should see if there's a cheaper track building advisor. There's at least faster train man. There we go. Cheaper track laying. Done. That's least objectionable. Even if we have to blow up some poor Detroit person's home. Done. Chicago exists. Grab one loan. To build supply stations along the way. Sanding water roundhouse. Sanding water. One more. Yeah, we're just playing the campaign, just Jesus. Playing through the campaign once. About there. We're too poor? Fair enough. Issue some stock. And grab some Americans. Chicago to New York. Chicago to New York. Go. How many do we need to hold? 8. So these 2 trains will be enough, assuming neither of them explodes. Chicago offers 2 million to connect, and it immediately gives us that 2 million, which lets us pay off our debts. We can have a 3rd train. We're allowed big restaurant. We should at least do it in New York and Chicago. And I guess in Albany. Good enough. Cross the Buffalo Bridge. Am I interested in Millennia? Doesn't look terrible. I haven't been especially taken in by any of the civs since Civ 5. Like any of these civ likes. We should change over to Faster Trainman if they're still around. And they are. You wanted to like humankind? Was it the end of this year? Oh no, we got 5 more years. So just speed up and we've won. Done. Winning with style, your grasp of railway details has set you apart from your fellow rail barons. No question who rides the rail of success.
Oh, good job there. Now that the ball is rolling, how about stretching that rail to the west coast?
Bridging a nation. St. Louis to Sacramento, St. Paul to Seattle, or New Orleans to LA. We'll do New Orleans to LA.
If you thought it was tough back east, wait till you try to connect to the west. You'll need to use every resource available to reach your goal. Men, metal, and money will only get you so far. You'll need the determination of the original Iron Men to make this dream a reality. Wake up! I'm talking to you. I don't know about you whippersnappers these days. Now, if by some miracle you do make it, there'll be a celebration around the nation the likes we've never seen.
Slow down. In interest of opening up the West and building unity amongst the states, the US government is subsidizing westward railroad expansion. Large land grants and subsidies have begun to flow. To win, connect the cities of your choosing by the end of 82 and hold 6 loads between them. For silver, do it the same, but also have company value of 10 million. For gold, do it 4 years earlier and be extremely personally rich. Okay. So we promised to do New Orleans to LA, but I tend to start in the middle. Kansas across to here, if you can manage it, is a lovely starting connection. We are in an unfortunate universe where we don't get to have straight lines here. That looks as good as it's gonna get. There's a reason Up is in Omaha. I didn't know that Up was set in a real universe. I thought Up was in like Pixar land or whatever. Oh, the Union Pacific. That doesn't come by here very often anymore, and then... Doot doot! No, it's not worth giving up that house for being slightly further away. It is a bit sad that we're not going to get that steelworks, but oh well. We do get both cow processors. That is pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5 sets of houses. And the lumber, and the cow, and the bakery. The reason is a financial scam perpetrated against the federal government by Nebraska business people. No, I can't see getting better than that. That'll do. And it doesn't even need a disgusting grade to do that. That's beautiful. Now, obviously they're not going to be able to get end to end there without resupply. So... do the cities want oil? Only a little bit. Still, a little bit is kind of enough. So we can add in Dodge City as our resupply. Ding, ding, ding. Okay. 2 Americans. Colorado to Kansas. And Kansas to Colorado. Saloon post office. Saloon post office. We would like to get nearby cow if there is any. There's a fair bit of cow there. That shouldn't be too hard to come across up and here. We should check out the starting advisor. Should have done this guy. Can we take one loan? Yes. And then I will do the cows then. So... Unfortunately, it has to have a zigzag, which kind of sucks. Can we go the other side? That probably works. It unfortunately needs a big station. That burns a lot of money. Done. Then we need to wait a little bit for some of the cows to aggregate. So here, there, food, up to Kansas, come back. Where's your RT1? You're never here at the start of a day, Goka. If you want it after this map, we can do it after this map. You were stuck in ad hell? I said we can do it after this map if you want, Goka. Woo. Let's try and get these trains to overtake each other without running into each other. Success, we double track the bare minimum necessary. I forgot to turn off the dividend because I'm an idiot. This should just by default be 0, but whatever. Speed up one. The AI has finally decided to build something. Chicago to St. Louis. Pure passenger and slow down because it needs water, sand, restaurant, roundhouse, hotel. And then the other end needs much the same. Okay. Your passengers. But this end needs roundhouse, water, hotel, maintenance, restaurant, go. then we can afford to double the whole track. Leaves us a little poor. Just enough money for an American. You can go here, 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 there. Take 3 oil, deliver it to Kansas. Take 3 oil, deliver it to Colorado. Actually, do it in the other order, because Colorado wants it more. Truly Caledon's kind of American, delivering oil. Oil with trains. And then it's time for the next one of these that goes food to here and then back to Colorado. Your manager suggests establishing a railroad contracting company to help earn a bit more money from your own construction. You can charge whatever you want and pass the bill along to the government. No. It's dodgy, we're not doing it. We're going to start up the next one of these that goes the other way. So grain, here, food, cow. So take the grain to feed the cow, take the cow to turn into hamburgers, take the hamburgers to feed Colorado. They actually have Cheyenne? Cheyenne? No! Robbed. Well, sucks to be us. Goodbye, like $1.2 million worth of passengers. No, if they find you out, it's like a coin flip, that event, and if they find you out, then you have to pay more in the future. It's not worth the... It's not worth it. It's a temporary reduction in cost for a risk of a full game length, or full map length, increase in cost. The true trick is to fund your train robbers so that we get the kickbacks from the gang as well as the insurance payouts. You know what? We'll have a third express. For the moment, you just take mail. You are going to turn into just passengers. Lovely. So far, the only thing that's getting in the way of each other is the oil one. And it's about time to do an expansion. Are there any Civil War events? I don't know about this map, but there are maps that have Civil War events from memory. I think there are. Okay, where next? These two to here would work nicely. The other thing to do is make sure that the AI doesn't get in the way of us connecting here. So, like, New Orleans, even just down to Houston to start with. We're gonna have to build a silly bridge for this. Hail, Cal. Welcome, Raiders. Proper bridge. I don't like the double zigzag, but I'm not willing to blow up... Am I willing to blow up 2 houses? It doesn't matter, we have to zigzag anyway, so we just live with it. We try and live with it. We need slightly more money though, so we're going to need to wait a little bit more money. Wait for a little bit more money. We were going to blow up parts of Beaumont, perhaps. But no, we'll go around the native Beaumonties. We kind of need a second one of you now. And a second one of that one. There. That will mean that this needs double tracking though now. Done. Yeah, lots of rows of money. We've already had one robbery, Cal. We've already had one robbery, sadly. Nameless robber. Robbed the Kansas-Colorado Express. Come on, it's not that hard. It's not even an incline. Ding, ding, ding. Cow deliveries turn into food. Oh no, you're going all the way to the other end, aren't you? Fair enough. No! No! Okay, we're gonna have to blow up some native Houston people. Grumble, 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 grumble. This is what I get for being patient. Should have just taken some loans. Boom. I can't because they're inside someone else's... I hate you so much. That's ridiculous. I don't want to have to do that diversion. Well, for the moment that will do. It's just gonna suck a lot when we have to go across to the west coast later. There. Grab one mail. Don't even have any loans. That's all there is to grab, that's all there is to grab. Most profit. We could grab the cotton and sugar and bring it down to here and here. It wouldn't even be that much work. We'd only need one bridge. Yeah, it's probably worth. We get away with just one big station? Yes. Okay, you grab 4 cotton, you take them to New Orleans to be processed into t-shirts, and then you take the t-shirts and deliver them to Houston. Whilst the other side takes sugar to Houston to turn into glazed donuts, which they then take to New Orleans. Looks good. When was our time limit? 13 more years. Houston has no zoning laws. Ugh, that is so ugly that we're gonna have to go around that like that. But oh well. It's my fault for not just taking the loan and building there sooner. Civil War over. Soldiers can't find work. Railroad construction costs down. Ding, ding, ding. Panzer stings. And becomes double passenger only. Sorry, but you are less important than the passengers. There we go. And then this stings. Grab all the mail you can. Everyone is super happy about our income. Although somehow Other Man is richer. Next. Do we just connect across to our goal? That's a bit insane. So, choices. Do we come up here and then along the Saltone Sea? Or do we take a north turn and head up to the Mojave? I think we'll follow along this lake. I wish we could avoid that. That 4.9. You certain there's nothing we can do? The best we could do is accept having an extra turn. No, I think the one turn is better, even if it is a horrible 4.9. We should see if there's a cheaper track laying person. Bridge building person, at least. Beautiful straight. Straight across to Deming. Looks pretty good. Kind of looks like we should turn earlier. And it looks like we're blowing up some San Antonio people. Sorry, you're in the way. There. That is disgusting. Zig, 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 zigzag. But the rest of this is pretty beautiful. One nice straight turn. Reasonably long straight, reasonably long straight. Gorgeous straight. Beautiful straight, straight. Sanding water. And probably about there. Roundhouse sanding water. Almost definitely there. Sanding water. There might even need to be one sooner than that. We'll see. Sanding water roundhouse. Sanding water. Sanding water roundhouse. I guess sanding water. Make sure that LA has all the hotels and stuff. And then create our end-to-end expresses. So you no longer do to Houston, you now do to LA. Go. Now we should also still make use of Houston. Where will we connect Houston? Phoenix? That looks pretty good. Sure. And then when there's a little bit of money, we can set up Phoenix, Houston expresses. Something like that. The Baldwin locomotive offers you an exclusive contract for the 280 consolidation. No, we'll live with our Americans. Watch this horrendous zigzag. Joseph McCoy, a livestock trader, offers you $500,000 to connect Abilene to your rail network. Where? Where? Oh, here. No, no, thank you. It's already serviced by the enemy. We could set up cotton to New Orleans and back. We're ready for another one departing LA. United States buys Alaska from Russia. Ding. Now these would be worth purchasing, he says, and then the AI's already done it. Have we learnt about the art of the grain silo? We still have not. We can have another Houston Phoenix. Jesse James has robbed the Colorado Kansas Express. Boo! Land grants halted. So here's the follow-up event that was a bad event that I said. Track construction goes up. But we are not found guilty and forced to suffer punitive measures because we weren't evil. Another rob. Jesse James is very active. Can we get an anti-robbery guy, maybe? No, but we can get everyone pays us 5% more one. Keep buying our own stock. And artificially inflate the price by buying back some using company money. No conflict of interest here. Senate clears us of wrongdoing. We could set up another, but what would be the point, really? Yeah, you know what? We'll set up one or two more. One of each. Company money keeps becoming our personal money. Come on, accelerate, 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 or the other one's going to catch you. Actually, the other one's going to catch you anyway because it's lighter. Okay, here's the first LA to New Orleans. $2 million. If ever there was a time to purchase our own stock, it is now. Up to $100 worth. We split 3 for 1. Revenue. Boom! And more company money becomes personal money. A little bit more. Victory. You've completed the southern route in record time. A feat of railroading greatness.
Well, now that the transcontinental parties have died down, there's business at hand in the southwest.
Okay. But we're getting waylaid yet again by another dictator. We are reverting, going back in time to where's just plain old Railroad Tycoon 1? One? No, I don't want 2. I want 1. As a game category. Ah, there we go. It's Sid Meier's Railroad Tycoon. That one. Okay. Next, we get this working. So we jump down to, not Legend of Grimoire, but where is it? DOSBox. Then we need S data games Railroad Tycoon personal notes DOSBox, and we issue the various commands that we promised DOSBox we would do, which is mount as C drive s/data/games/railroad tycoon. And then what is it? What is make game go? I've forgotten. Maybe it's just go? Okay, it's just go. Here you go, Goka. I get that they're meant to be train noises, and that they're doing a lot of work with some very basic... sound card capacity here, but... Goka's note on this. He has no personal connection to the game. He just figured it would be funny to throw me back to it since I play Railroad Tycoon 2 so much. And that's fine. Okay. Now this game is a lot less clear and understandable for how you play it. So we are going to need to be making a lot of reference to the manual. Now, did I add in the manual? No, I want you to capture Acrobat. Which, yeah, here we go. We're going to need to be making somewhat extensive use of the manual. Because otherwise, it's really hard to tell what you're doing. Now, where was the bit about the tutorial? But we also need live splitting to start our timer. Because the manual does count for this one, because you're going to have to. Otherwise, we're not going to have any idea what we're doing. Edit. This is now Goka. Okay. Save splits as. Let's go. We want, where's the tutorial? Rod is a railroad before you start. The manual provides instructions, blah, blah, blah. You can begin to study the controls and instructions on pages 3 to 113. Tutorial, page 35. You may begin to study. Aye. Bank there? Yeah, sure. We can do that. So, for new players to understand the concepts of Railroad Tycoon, a working railroad has been started as described in this section. Follow the instructions for loading this railroad and read through this section with the railroad on your screen. Before attempting to follow the tutorial, you at least need to be familiar with the manual section interface introduction on page 13. To load the tutorial railroad, follow the instructions for setting up the pre-game options on page 16. Up to the point where you have the option of starting a new railroad. Okay, so already we're being referred back earlier in the manual. So we'll go back to page 16. And page 16 tells us that we go... The first menu that appears asks you to choose which game to load. We will go Load Tutorial. Okay. Now this is the built-in, this is the DRM for this game. You remember when we played Carmen Sandiego in Europe, we had to look at a map, an atlas that came with the book, or that came with the game, and tell it, you know, page 6 word, line 7 word 8 is blah, and the color of Spain on the map on page 7 is what? For this game, the DRM is you have to know what the locomotives look like. So if you get this wrong, you only get the like basic demo version of the game. And if you get this right, then you are allowed to play the real game. Memory says that these are at the very back of the manual. Yeah. So which one of these does this look like? It doesn't look like the TGV. But can you learn that? You could just get, like, you could reload the game and guess. You could brute force and learn them that way. So you are... This thing. You are the EMD-GP. That thing. Congratulations, your vast knowledge of railroading will serve you well. Good luck. Okay, we may return to page 35 with our tutorial instructions. Okay. Whew. Load the pre-saved railroad. This action skips the remainder of the pre-game options and takes to the tutorial game. The first step is the drawing of the world map. Once the drawing of the map is complete, press any key to begin. After you press any key, the regional display opens. Before you do anything else, pull down the game menu on the top left of the display bar and choose the option Game Speed. Set it to Frozen. Okay, we've set the game speed to Frozen. This action freezes time until you change the game speed again, and allows you to look around your new railroad before resuming operation. Don't hassle me with upgrades to bloody Adobe off Adobe. You are now looking at the regional display. In the biggest window of the display is the map of the eastern USA world. You should be able to recognize the Great Lakes, rivers, and Atlantic coastline. In the bottom right area of the map, just north of one of the rivers, is an angled line that is a different color from the rivers. This is the track of your railroad, the Charlottesville and Richmond. Throughout this tutorial, the Charlottesville and Richmond is referred to by the handle CNR. When you play Railroad Tycoon, you spend the vast majority of your time in this display or one of 3 other similar displays. The other 3 displays are similar in design except that the maps they show are zoomed in. For a more detailed description of what you are seeing on these displays and how to use them, refer to page 20 of the manual. For now, just pull down the menus listed across the menu bar one at a time and familiarize yourselves with the options they contain. Note that some of the options have shortcut keys listed after them. You can use the keys to choose the corresponding option without having to use the menu. After you've looked at the menu, open the next display down. The area display. There are several ways to do this, but for now, place either the mouse pointer, if you have a mouse. If you have a mouse. Or the cursor if you don't have a mouse. Move the cursor with the direction keys. Okay, so after you've looked at the menus, there are several ways to do this. So click here. Sure. Except that I've clicked in the wrong space. How do we zoom back out? Well, I can move left. Let's see if the manual's going to be any help. Below the visible track of the C and R, then open the display menu with the keyboard and choose area display. We don't know how to do this game. How do we zoom back out? Can we say return to the top level? Yes, okay. And then we click, I think it was about here. Well, that's the Dover. That's not ours. Where were we supposed to click? Oh, we were supposed to click there. Okay, so we go back to this, and here is our train line. Here we are, the Charlottesville and Richmond. Okay. Yes, we see what we see there, vaguely. Then open the display menu and choose area display. Okay, so this converts it to looking like a node network rather than actually showing you the details of the map. This display is a schematic representation of your railroad. It shows no geography. The parts of your railroad that are visible are the tracks, stations, signals, trains, and shipping reports. The shipping reports graphically report which cargoes are supplied and or demanded at each of your stations, and is described in more detail on page 58 of the manual. Notice that the display features surrounding the map window have remained unchanged, so these things are the same on the right of screen, with one important exception. To the top right of the display, where the game's logo previously appeared, there now appears a section of the world map. Within this map, a box appears. Does it? I don't see a box. The area within the box is the area of the world map now visible within the display. Oh, so it means this box is that. Okay. This area display can be modified to change the information it reports. To see this, open the display menu and choose Options. Notice on the menu that appears that shipping reports are checked. Now I see station boxes. Indicating that they are on, and the resource map is not checked, indicating that it is off. Yes, the minimap, before minimap was a thing. The box. Take time now to switch these features on and off. It doesn't seem to be making any... Oh, it does. Okay, so now we get a... Like, although it's still not showing the individual exact sort of dwarf fortress style tiles, we get to see the tiles where there are resources now. And if we... No, wrong one. No, wrong one. Okay, so we go back up to regional. We zoom in on ours. Options. And we turn back on our station boxes. Sure. As you play, you may find it helpful to have the shipping reports turned off to see more of the surrounding area. The resource map shows you at a glance the location of industry and population that supply and demand goods. For more information, see the resource map on page 85 of the manual. Before going to the next display, reset the options to shipping reports on and resource map to off. Okay, we can do that. Done. To zoom in closer to the CNR, center the cursor or mouse pointer just below the Charleston shipping report. Then open the display menu with the keyboard and choose Local Display. Have I not done that? Yes. How do we move the... There we go. Okay. This display is a closer look at your railroad and the nearby geography. You can now see map icons that represent the different types of terrain, industry, and population centers. One sec, sorry. Cough, cough, cough. These icons are described in detail in the World Economies chart found on the Player Aid cards. The parts of your railroad are represented in the same manner as they were on the area display. Note that the display features surrounding the map window have remained unchanged from the area display. Also, on this display, you may turn off the shipping reports or turn on the resource map, as was possible on the area display. From this display, for the first time, you can obtain information about some of the map features. Using the mouse, place the pointer on the icon 2 squares below Charlottesville Station and press Selector 1. Without a mouse, use the direction keys to center the cursor directly on this icon and press the information key. In either case, the icon is revealed as a steel mill. I feel like we need to zoom in more than it's said. Okay, Charlottesville, and then that thing? Yes, steel mill. Okay. To zoom in as close as possible, center the cursor or mouse pointer on the railroad track, halfway between the Charlottesville and Richmond stations. Then open the display menu and select Detail Display. I think we're already there. Okay, we're approximately where we're supposed to be viewing. Maybe we're meant to be viewing like slightly there based on the manual. This display is the closest zoom level you can achieve, and the most detailed view of the map in your railroad. From this view, you can see the trains, yeah, we've got one here, moving in detail, including the smoke puffing from their stacks. Also visible in the greatest of detail are the map icons for the geography and industries. The icons now visible are the ones shown in the World Economies chart on the player aid cards. Also visible for the first time are the names of cities. From the detail display, you can obtain information about the map features present, as you can from the local display. However, the shipping reports are no longer visible on the resource map, and they cannot be turned on. The detail display is the display where all railroad construction is conducted. From this display, you lay track and build stations. How you perform these functions is described later in the tutorial. Before beginning construction, you should examine a few reports to get a better idea of how your railroad is currently operating. Station reports. Move the construction box onto the Charlottesville station and press the information key or press selector 1 if you have a mouse. Okay, we've opened the Charlottesville station like the manual wants. In either case, you open the station report for the station at Charlottesville. This report shows you how big the station is, what improvements have been made there, only an engine shop at this time, what cargoes are waiting to be picked up, 0 mail, 1 passengers and 1 steel, and what cargoes the city will pay for, currently nothing. This information helps you plan what trains to run and where. You'll learn, for example, that you can sell anything here that you can carry. What? But it says it will pay for nothing. Oh no, it will pay for everything, sorry. Okay. And that the city is supplying mail and passengers. If you look at the station report for Richmond, you see that it also has mail and passengers. This presents you with an opportunity to run mail and or passenger trains back and forth between these two cities, hauling mail and passengers between them. At each end, you can pick up a cargo, take it to the other city for delivery, and then pick up a similar cargo for the return trip. The information regarding the local cargo supply and demand is also available in the shipping reports, visible from the area and local displays mentioned earlier. You use the shipping reports and the more detailed station reports to help plan where you wish trains to run. For a more detailed description of how these work, see the Stations page, 56. The tutorial railroad is set up to run at the lowest difficulty and reality levels. One of the reality options is the basic economy, where a city icon generates demand for every single kind of cargo. To quickly see how a complex economy works, return to the detailed display from the station report and pull down the action menu. Okay, so how do we escape that? With escape. And then we pull down the action menu. Yep. Choose the option reality level and then choose complex economy. Now return to the station thingy. So we want to click on Charlottesville Station again. And we see that now the station will only purchase mail, passengers, motherfucking goods, MFG goods, wood, and coal. It wants mail, passengers, good. The steel mill wants coal, and the paper mill wants wood. These are the only cargoes now in demand. Before continuing with the tutorial, you can turn off the complex economy. Next, it is time to examine one of our trains. Okay, so let's turn back on Baby's first economy. Wait, how do we... Reality level? Maybe I have to go up one at a time? Oh, no, it's just a tick box. It's not like levels of stuff. Okay. Next. Return to the station report for the Charlottesville station. No, sorry. From the detailed report, turn your attention to the train roster at the bottom right of the display. Okay, so these things are our trains. Oh, and you can even click them. That's amazing. They're like hyperlinks. In this area are shown in order the 3 trains that already exist on your railroad. For each train in the roster, it shows the number and types of car in the train. The train's destination and other information are explained in the section Train Roster on page 65. For now, you want to use the roster to open the detailed train report about train number 2. Okay. To open the report, if you don't have a mouse, use the Tab key to move the map cursor into the roster box. Then use the direction keys to move the cursor up and down to train 2. Then press the selector key. If you have a mouse, place the mouse pointer on the locomotive and press selector 1. And it's not even called left and right click, it's selector 1. In either case, this opens the train report. Oh, we need to zoom out a bit for this one. The train report that is now visible provides you with a detailed information about this particular train, including what it is carrying, where it is headed. For a more complete discussion of what you can see here, see the trains, page 63. Of particular interest right now is the part of the report titled Scheduled Stops, at the bottom left. 1 second, sorry. Cough, cough, cough. Here listed are the 4 stops planned for this train. To the right of the planned stops, under New Consist, some freight cars are visible. The stops and consist changes for the trains have been planned to take advantage of opportunities for profit along the C&R. If you return to the local display of the C&R, you can see the reasons for the schedule and consist of Train 2. At Charlottesville Junction, there is a supply of coal, and at Charlottesville there is a steel mill that wants that coal. The steel mill takes the coal and converts it into steel, creating a supply of steel. In Richmond, there is a factory that wants steel. If it gets steel, it converts the steel into manufactured goods. The city of Charlottesville wants manufactured goods, so Train 2 has been scheduled to load coal at Charlottesville, travel to Charlottesville, deliver the coal becomes steel, takes off the coal car, putting on the steel car to carry away the steel. The steel is carried to Richmond and delivered to the factory. The factory converts the steel to a manufactured good, creating a supply of goods. the train takes off its steel car and puts on a goods car to carry the goods back to Charlottesville. After reaching Charlottesville a second time and delivering the goods, the train switches to a coal car again and begins its loop. Note that next to Charlottesville Junction on the list of scheduled stops is a letter W. This indicates that the train is ordered to wait here until it is fully loaded before leaving. How this order is placed and the advantage it offers is explained in the Wait Until Full Orders page 78 of the manual. Note that at this time, Train 2 is listed as a bulk... Can I please scroll this sideways some? No, I'm not allowed to do that. That would be too convenient. Is listed as a bulk freight local. Open the train type menu and select the choice Limited. This changes Train 2 to Bulk Freight Limited, and the train now only stops at the stations listed in its schedule, and only in the order listed. In the manual section on routing trains, the reasons for making this change are explained in detail. The manual sections on routing trains and trains consists explains how schedules such as this one for Train 2 are arranged. If you wish, read these sections now. For practice, take Train 3, now hauling coal to Charlottesville, and give it the same schedule and consist as Train 2. Before leaving this report, however, pull down the other menus across the top to see what options there are. Okay, so you want me to go to Train 3. Well, actually, we should memorize what Train 2 looks like first. So print screen, MS Paint, paste. I was too quick. Train 2. Print screen. Oh, print screen also exits? No, it just doesn't stay up for very long. Paste. Now I can see this even once we go to the other one. Exit out. And then we were told to make 3 the same as 2. Scheduled stops, Charlottesville Junction. Then I would like Richmond. Charlottesville Junction, yes. Richmond. And then Charlottesville. No, it needs 2 visits to Charlottesville. Charlottesville Junction. No. So remove. 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 We start. I can't remove the top one. Can I remove it? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so you always have to have something in slot 1. It doesn't like having nothing. Charlottesville Junction. Then we want to add Charlottesville. Then Richmond. Then Charlottesville again. But you can't do it all at once. You've got to do it one at a time. Fair enough. Richmond. Charlottesville. Okay. And now how do we tell it the consist? Here. And then we want to do coal. And then here we want to do steel. And then here we want to do goods. And then we're done. Sure. We've now made Train 3 look like Train 2. Before leaving this report, pull down the other menus across the top to see what options are available. Well, we're told to turn it into a limited. There's also the route map. Engine info, replace engine and retire train. Sure, I've done what you've asked there, manual. The first real step in getting a new railroad operating is laying track. Although the CNR is already operating, it is going to have to expand to grow and increase revenues. You are going to lay some track to the north of Charlottesville to connect up to a lumber mill on the map in that direction. Wood from the lumber mill will be carried to the paper mill and converted into paper. As noted on the World Economies chart, see the player aid cards. To build some new track, return to the detailed display. So I'm going to exit here. Sure. Return to the detailed display. And place the construction box on the track section directly below the paper mill. Okay, that's the paper mill. Put our cursor here. Now press the track construction key. Dare I guess it's T? It does not seem to be T. What is the track construction key? Tutorial! What is the track construction key? We were on page... $41. Is there a list of what the keys are? This is teaching us about all the different kinds of shaped beam and bar that we can use to make rail. And bridges, but I want to know the track construction key. The numpad, if you remember correctly. Railroad Tycoon track construction key. Let's see what Google says. Yeah, numpad. Okay. Numpad is acting as arrows, so we'll hit numpad again and then... Must connect to existing track. Okay, so let's go back to page 41. Where were we? Blah, 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 blah. No, we did that. We did that. For laying track in the northeast direction. Northeast is key 9. Must connect to existing track. Was I on the wrong square? Oh, it wants it on the track. Maybe. Yes, there we go. Okay. You will now see new track branching off of your main line. Lay one more section in the northeast direction. Okay. Because the terrain directly ahead is hills, if you say so, it may pay to survey the local area to see what the best route is. Press the center key to center the map on the construction box. Then open the Action menu and choose Survey. The elevations of all the visible map squares are revealed, and this makes it clear that laying straight ahead would mean a steep rise in relative elevation. However, if you build north, you could then curve around the hills. The elevation changes remain reasonable. You can leave the survey on if you like, or remove it by pressing the center key again. Lay 4 track sections straight north. So we go here, and north was 8. Okay, we go there, and we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 1 more to the northeast. I kind of feel like we should go 1 more than that. No, I'm going to go 1 more than that. This brings your track adjacent to the lumber mill. Well, if I go 1 more pure right, then we're next to the lumber mill. Right, lumber mill, sure. Note that with the laying of each section of track, your cash is reduced. Cash is being spent for the track and the land and right-of-way that the track takes up. You now have track completed for the connection to the lumber mill. It is time to put a station there. To build a station, place the construction box on the track section that ends next to the mill. Pull down the Build menu. Build Station. A new menu appears from which you choose the type of facility to be built. Also, the economic radius of the types of station available appears centered on the construction box. I mean, they're in grey and they're quite hard to see, but I can see them. So we need a medium-sized station. Yeah, if we had have built where they wanted on that tile, then the small station would be able to pick up everything. But because I didn't, I have to spend some extra money. The better the station, the farther the cargo will come. Since your station is right next to the lumber mill, and there are no other customers, you need only build the smallest. Yeah, well, I didn't go where you said because it had better grading. Choose Depot from the options list, and a station report for the new station appears. This report shows that the station can be expected to supply 2 cars per year. Can it? I see 6. With a normal economy, and that no cargoes are in demand. I agree with that. That's true, there are no cargoes in demand. Now that the track and station have been built to a supply of wood... Oh. No! We pressed page... I need to know what time we... I've got a recording thing. That's fine. I can do it this way. We're starting at 42 minutes and 18 seconds. Or is that going to be 42.18? Yeah, no. No, we try that again. 42... 18... 1? Is that going to behave the way I want? No. Semicolon then. There we go. You can already see this being like Dwarf Fortress. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is absolutely going to be the sort of thing where you can open menu, shortcut, build once you know all the shortcut keys. You now need to put a train to carry wood to the paper mill. To build a new train to carry the wood, pull down the build menu and choose new train. So we exit out of here. And we say build new train. Sure. The new window appears, offering you the choice of locomotives. However, only one locomotive is available. Well, it isn't. I have the John Bull, supposedly. Not the grasshopper like it says. If you don't have a mouse, the menu appears from which you can make a selection. In either case, you are taken to the Charlottesville station, where the new locomotive is built. The engine appears here because the only engine shop your railroad has is at Charlottesville. The new locomotive drives out of the engine shop, noisily, and stops to the left of the station platform. At this point, you add cars that you want on the train. You could put as many as 8, but this tiny locomotive is not capable of pulling so many. As time passes and better engines are developed, you can build bigger trains. But for now, just put on one wood hopper car. When the hopper is on, choose No Thanks to complete the train. How do I choose No Thanks? Okay, I think that's continue. Your train is now ready to go, except that its schedule sends it back and forth to Charlottesville from Richmond. Choo-choo papa, choo-choo papa, choo-choo papa, choo-choo papa. Yes, from Charlottesville to Richmond. You want this train to go to Charlottesville Crossing instead. You need to make this schedule change before the train heads out. So, remove station. Go here. Pick up wood. And then use the direction keys to cycle through the cursor until you get to the Charlottesville crossing and return to the train report. Here, because it demands everything. Okay, pick up logs. Oh. Oh, I'm here and then elsewhere. There we go. Pick up logs, bring them to Charlottesville. Good morning, Salar. Give it 8 anyway? Apparently it's also got something else, but maybe it automatically has that. Okay, and return to the train report. To change the schedule when using a mouse, and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it will now grab paper and take it to the paper mill. Restarting the railroad. You have now examined the major game functions that you must understand in order to play Railroad Tycoon. Pull down the game menu again and choose Game Speed. Set it to slow. And let your railroad begin operating. Take the time now to examine some of the reports found on the reports menu. There's no other option, Salar. This isn't like Heroes 2 where you can play it in DOS or from Windows. This is DOS only. Proceed directly to DOS. Do not pass GUI. Do not collect 200 extra pixels. Okay, so our little train here is going up to here. Zoom in and out among your displays and turn on the resource map for a while to look for likely areas to expand. It may be useful to save your railroad at this point, and then experiment. Where did I lose my reading? Your first experiments with dispatcher operations may result in some collisions, unless you have studied the manual section on operating trains on page 88, and have broken up your railroad into signal blocks. If things go wrong, reload the CNR from where you last saved it. Wood service inaugurated. Wood picked up from the Charlottesville crossing. Wood may be delivered to Charlottesville, Richmond. Did I enable my Norton RAM disk for superior memory swapping? No, we haven't extended memory. Okay. So we obey what it says, we go make a save, which was go to the game menu and pick save game. The first train arrives in Charlottesville Crossing and citizens celebrate. Save. Save in drive C, yes. Save location here. Did it actually generate a name? Yes. Okay, we're fine then. If you decide to experiment with dispatcher operation, consider placing a signal tower halfway between Charlottesville and Richmond. Okay, so this is, you can turn on the need to do signals. But we will leave that off, thank you very much. Financial summary. We have 75 miles. We're worth $1.5 million. Look at these stately gentlemen. We turn up the game speed and watch them get delivered a bit. Faster. Yeah, it's currently got logs and it's heading at 25 miles per hour for Charlottesville with 30 tons of wood. Foreign trade up. New markets opened. Prosperity in sight. I'm worried about if I set turbo, it might unlimit it. Well, actually, I think DOSBox automatically limits it to a set speed. But I want to wait until this visits Charlottesville once. I want to see what our money becomes. So we've got 474. And now we've got 53. Bulk freight, local 2 arrives at Charlottesville. Coal, X amount. Can we make this cycle like the old one? Hagerstown and Harper's Ferry. Okay, let's try turbo. Game speed, turbo. Even turbo is a little sluggish. Oh, here we go. Here's the wood delivery. Choo-choo papa, choo-choo papa, choo-choo papa, choo-choo papa. The first wood delivery ever. And we made like 60k? Blah, 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 blah. You can consider changing over to a complex economy now. The CNR is set up for you to operate perfectly well with a complex economy. Further profitable expansion, however, will require that you understand how stations work, the relationship between industries and cargoes. When you've finished experimenting, it is time to restart the game. Select your new railroad world and build your own railroad from the beginning. Ugh. Okay. All sorts of balance sheets. And that's a new year. Okay. Like, this is honestly, if there are all these other train tracks going on at the same time as well, which can we zoom out back to the global economy and go look at one of our rivals. Over here in Haggerston.